Welcome, sleepy thinkers. Whether you're listening from a quiet room lit by moonlight or halfway across the world where the night has just begun, I'm glad you're here. Tonight we won't chase stars. We'll follow one gently as it begins to fade. We'll watch not with fear but with wonder as the sun-like flame grows still, turning not into silence but into story. Tell me in the comments where you're watching from and what the sky looks like where you are. As always, this is not a lesson, it's a lullaby. So breathe slow, soften your thoughts, and let us begin. The stars are waiting, though no fire has yet been lit, no heat that could touch skin or shine across a sky, only a gathering, a waiting, a tension that dreams of becoming something more. And in this cradle of darkness, the particles drift closer, brushing against one another like leaves caught in a breeze, until the centre becomes thick and warm and heavy with purpose. Not yet light, you would feel nothing but softness. You would not know that a star is preparing to exist, because stars begin in such hidden places far from where planets dance and galaxies shine, tucked away in molecular clouds that hang like fog in the vastness of space. So wide they could swallow solar systems, yet so transparent they hide in plain sight. And it is here that the star waits in stillness, its atoms drifting ever closer, their movement guided by a force they cannot resist, a pull not of desire but of inevitability, because gravity is the only rhythm that plays before light, the only song that can shape darkness into something that might one day burn. And so the core thickens, the pressure builds, and deep in the centre, the temperature begins to rise in silence. No crackling, no roar, just the slow climb of heat as atoms press more tightly against each other than they ever have before, whispering through collisions that one day they will ignite, but not yet, not now, because this is still the moment before the moment, the breath before the word, and you, floating beside it in this timeless vacuum, would hear nothing, feel almost nothing, and yet you would be standing beside a miracle that is older than history, more certain than language, and as beautiful as anything the universe has ever made, because this is how every star begins, not with thunder, but with softness, not with light, but with the quiet hope of it, wrapped inside gravity's gentle hand. And if you listen closely, you might hear it, not a sound, but the rhythm of formation, of compression, of a future shining being drawn tighter and tighter in the arms of physics itself. And the beauty is that no one commands it, no one forces it to begin, it simply does, because matter collects, because space curves, because something about this universe wants to shine. And here in this corner of emptiness, that is no longer quite empty, the first flickers of heat whisper that something is changing, that motion is becoming pressure, that pressure is becoming warmth, and that warmth will soon become light. And all of it, the billions of future photons, the radiant glow, the fire that will touch planets yet unborn, all of it rests in this silent beginning, this gentle press of hydrogen into hydrogen, a cradle where time breathes slower, and where darkness still holds everything, not as an enemy, but as a womb, a shelter, a place of becoming. And though no star has yet been born, or no fusion has yet occurred, everything is already in motion, already set, already unfolding in the most patient way the cosmos knows how to move, through stillness, through slowness, through the kind of pressure that becomes destiny. And so the cloud continues to collapse inward, building toward a threshold that cannot be stopped. And it is in that waiting, that long, quiet, invisible waiting, that the miracle of a star's life truly begins, not with light, but with longing, not with burning, but with the breathless quiet just before the flame. It does not begin with brilliance or shouting light, but with a hush that deepens, a pressure that builds so quietly that even time holds its breath. And within this growing heart of the infant star, something ancient begins to stir, not a thing, but a process, not a noise, but a transformation, as hydrogen atoms, drawn so tightly together by gravity's patient pull, are squeezed into proximity so close, so unforgiving, that the laws which once kept them apart now surrender. And in that closeness, in that unimaginable heat and pressure, a doorway opens, and fusion begins, not in chaos but in clarity, a simple becoming, as hydrogen turns to helium, and in doing so releases energy, pure and glowing, like a sigh in the center of silence. And this energy does not rush outward like wind through trees, but pulses gently, photon by photon, wave after wave of radiant light born in the deepest core, where the star now truly exists, not just as a gathering of matter, but as a source, a giver, a presence that will not fade for billions of years. And though you might imagine the light as swift and free, it is instead slow and meandering, for each photon that is born must travel through a maze of matter, through layers of dense plasma, through clouds of scattering particles that delay and redirect and confuse, so that what should take moments instead takes millennia. And each photon, though moving at light's speed, is endlessly bounced and bent, changed and shifted, until its path becomes less of a line and more of a dance. And in this dance, light becomes language, becomes history, becomes the rhythm of a living star. And if you were to float nearby now, just outside this soft edge of this newborn sun, you would not yet see its full glow, but you would feel something, a warmth growing, a shimmer beginning to paint the dark around it, a soft glow, not loud or sharp, but persistent, the first sign that something inside has awakened. And this light, when it finally breaks free from its wandering, spills outward into space, not in flames but in flow, in a steady hum of energy that travels without destination, touching everything it meets. And this is how the void is fed, not with sound or fury, but with light that asks nothing and gives everything. Light that leaves the star-like breath, leaves it a chest, gentle and constant, without fanfare, without expectation. And in doing so, it fills the space around it with the story of what it came from, with the memory of heat and fusion and pressure. And though the void remains silent, it is no longer empty, for now it carries a glow, now it carries a presence, a quiet witness to something that was once hidden. And that light, as it moves outward, carries more than energy, it carries identity, for in its waves are written the temperature of the star, the structure of its core, the balance of its fusion, and even across light years. Those who know how to listen can read its message, can hear the whisper of its being, and what they find is not noise, but a kind of music. Not chaos, but a pattern, photons that pulse with certainty, that scatter in beauty, that endure, and though the star itself will never see the planets it touches, or the eyes that will one day turn upward in wonder. It shines anyway, because that is its nature, and the void, though vast and cold and indifferent, receives the light without resistance, allows it to pass through and around and beyond until eventually it finds something. A rock, a moon, a pool of water, a seed, a mind, and in that moment of contact, the journey becomes a story, the photon becomes a thought, the glow becomes warmth felt not just by molecules but by memories, by imagination, and the loneliness it wandered inside a star for eons now becomes part of something else, becomes part of you, and you, though made of solid matter, are touched constantly by the light of stars long dead and stars still living, by photons that began their journey in silence, fought their way through a storm of particles, and emerge into the void, simply to travel, simply to offer themselves. And this is what it means to glow, to give without needing to hold, to move without needing to arrive, and the star does this endlessly, not out of will but out of nature, not as a gesture but as a state of being. And you listening now might feel a kind of connection to that light, to that patient giving, to that quiet purpose, because perhaps we too, in our own small way, carry energy we do not yet understand. Perhaps we too scatter warmth without knowing who it will touch. And the glow that feeds the void is not just about light. It is about becoming, about pushing outward from the center, about sharing what forms within, even if the journey is long and the path is uncertain. And in this, the star and you are not so different, both shining quietly in the dark, both moving through space without needing a map, both holding on to a purpose that doesn't shout, but simply is. And as the light continues, so does the story, and the void, though it says nothing, is no longer the same, for now it glows, now it listens, now it remembers that something warm has passed through it. And that passing, that glow, that soft giving, that is the beginning of everything. Now that the star has awakened, It does not rest, it does not pause to gather itself or reconsider its purpose. It simply burns and burns and burns, not wildly, not recklessly, but with a rhythm so stable that entire solar systems begin to orbit in quiet trust. And this burning is not the frantic flare of fire as you might imagine on Earth, but a steady internal fusion, a soft and endless forging of helium from hydrogen, the same fusion that began in silence, and now continues with balance so perfect it feels eternal. And though from a distance the star may seem still, may appear to simply glow and spin, inside it is anything but still. Inside the pressure is immense, the heat unrelenting, and the atoms are colliding constantly, giving birth to light, to energy, to warmth, and yet this storm is contained, held in equilibrium by gravity pulling inward, and radiation pushing out, two forces locked in a cosmic embrace, so gentle that it lasts for billions of years without fail. And in this state, the star becomes a giver of life, not through intention, but through action, through the constancy of its glow, and its light spreads outward in every direction, travelling across the dark, falling onto frozen rocks, bouncing off the icy crust of moons, warming planets and atmospheres, and perhaps even the seed of something waiting to grow. And though it asks for nothing, it gives everything, not all at once, but day by day, moment by moment, photon by photon. And you might imagine the star as a tireless engine, but it is more like a breath that never ends, a hum that fills the void. And what is more extraordinary than its energy is its patience, its devotion to the process, to the slow burning of fuel that creates not only heat and light, but the very elements that make everything you know possible. Because in its core, it is not just fusing atoms, it is forging carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, iron, the bones of mountains, the waves in oceans, the breath in lungs. And though the star knows none of this, it does not need to, for its purpose is not to think but to become. And in its becoming it transforms the galaxy around it silently, faithfully, until it becomes the centre of orbits, the focus of life, the subject of dreams. And the more it burns, the more complete it becomes, the more it shares its heat and light, the more the void around it begins to shimmer with possibility. And in this giving, it also remains unchanged in its desire, because the star has no desire, only motion, only fusion, only the slow transformation of matter into energy. And this is where its strength lies, not in destruction, but in constancy, not in drama, but in duration. And if you were to sit beside it, quietly, just beyond its flaming surface, you would see the beauty of consistency, of unimpurited light, and you would understand that this is how life is seated, not in flashes, but in the steady warmth that never falters. And the star, in its long-burning life, becomes more than an object. It becomes a foundation, a pillar of time itself, for it measures its years not in days, but in nuclear reactions, in the slow drift of hydrogen into helium, in the slight cooling of its outer layers, and as it continues, it grows heavier at the centre, richer with the elements it creates, and though it still burns brightly, still shines across space, it is aging, slowly, carrying its future inside its core like a secret it does not yet know. And still it gives, and still it holds, and still it spins and glows, and even as the clock ticks, even as the light continues to stream into the cosmos, there is no urgency, no fear, because the star has found a kind of peace in its function, a peace that lasts for billions of years, a peace so deep that planets are born in its orbit, pulled from the leftover dust of its formation, warmed and lit by the same fusion that began long ago. And perhaps on one of those planets something stirs, something wakes, something begins to wonder where the light comes from, and the answer will always lead back to this, to the star, to the constant birth, to the life that never stops giving. And so the story of this star continues not just in itself, but in everything it touches, and as long as its hydrogen holds out, as long as the balance remains, as long as gravity and radiation agree to continue their delicate dance, the star will not waver, will not dim, will not fall, and that is something rare in this universe, something that shines for so long in such silence, and for no reason other than that it must, and you, drifting beside it now in thought, in breath, in dream, can feel its warmth not just on your skin, but in your memory, in the deep part of your mind that understands rhythm, that understands cycles, that understands the comfort of something that does not stop. And perhaps that is why we look to stars when we feel lost, because they do not waver, because they do not ask, because they remind us that burning quietly can still mean everything. And so the star burns on, without applause, without rest, not because it hopes to be seen, but because it was made to shine. For a long time the star knows nothing of change, only the comfort of rhythm, the trust between fusion and gravity, the long golden hours of burning without interruption, without struggle, without fear. And in this silence it becomes something ancient, a monument not made of stone but of sustained fire, and its light spreads across time like breath held open, like a promise kept. And though nothing in the universe lasts forever, the star gives the illusion of forever so well that even time begins to soften around it, circling in orbits, falling into patterns that feel unbreakable, and yet somewhere within, so deep that even the photons do not feel it at first, something shifts, a tiny imbalance, a slow depletion, a quiet whisper of the future curling in the corners of the core. And it begins not with noise but with change in material, as hydrogen thins out and helium becomes abundant, and the core, no longer buoyant with fusion's ease, begins to contract, just slightly, just enough to raise the temperature further, and that heat awakens new pathways, new reactions, and now helium itself begins to fuse, reluctantly at first, and only under great pressure, but it begins nonetheless. And this signals the first true shift in the star's long story, the first step into aging, into transformation. And though from the outside the light still looks the same, steady, warm, golden, inside the balance is adjusting, the center becoming heavier, the process growing more complex. And in this change there is both beauty and tension, for helium fusion creates carbon, oxygen, heavier things, building blocks for worlds not yet formed. And with each new fusion comes more heat, more pressure, more internal movement, and slowly the outer layers of the star begin to swell, expanding outward like a breath released too late, like lungs that forget their limit, and the star grows enormous, its surface cooling even as its heart grows hotter, and what once was small and bright becomes vast and reddish, a red giant rising in place of the star you knew. And yet it is the same being, the same flame, only older now, only heavier, and as its outer layers drift farther from the core, its light begins to change, not in brightness perhaps, but in tone, in feel, and something inside you, watching, senses that this is no longer a light of beginning, but a light of transition, and though it still warms, still reaches out, and is a sadness hidden in the glow, is tiredness not of weakness, but of knowing that the cycle is turning, that a threshold is approaching, and the star, though vast and majestic now, is less stable and more fragile, because the fusion reactions become less efficient, the balance more delicate, and still it burns, still it creates, still it gives, but with effort now, with strain, and you can feel that effort like a heartbeat that's just a little off rhythm, like a breath held too long. And this is the moment when you realize that stars do not die all at once, they age the way we do, slowly, subtly, beautifully, with light that deepens instead of fades, with warmth that grows heavy before it disappears. And so the star continues its path, swilling, cooling, creating heavier and heavier elements in its contracting core, each one harder to fuse than the last, each one demanding more heat, more pressure, more sacrifice. And yet the star continues, unwilling to collapse just yet, unwilling to let go of its purpose. And in this determination there is something deeply human, something familiar, as if the star itself refuses to surrender its role in the story, even as the cost grows higher, and around it planets that may have once been warmed gently now feel intense heat, tidal surges, strange pulses in radiation, signs that the center has changed, that the old light is transforming into something new, and the star, once the quiet heart of its system, now becomes a powerful force of change, not out of anger, but out of inevitability. And it is this moment, this quiet upheaval, that defines the chapter of aging stars, not as endings, but as shifts in becoming. And if you float near its surface now, you'll feel the heat is more turbulent, the plasma less settled, and yet in this chaos there is still beauty, still that same old glow, though it flickers now beneath the layers of complexity. And this is how change arrives. not to erase what was, but to build what must come next. And the star, now heavy with new elements, does not know it is building the foundation for everything you are. It does not know that the oxygen you breathe, the iron in your blood, the carbon in your cells, will one day be traced back to this slow transformation, this chapter of change, and so the burning continues, not as a flame but as a forging, not as destruction but as creation under pressure, under heat, and the star does not collapse, not yet, because this is still the middle, still the long breath before the silence, still the fire before the fall, and it will continue to fuse what it can, to hold the balance a little longer, to shine in a way that looks no different from before, though everything inside is changing. And as you drift nearby, watching this unfolding from a safe distance, you feel the awe of something vast struggling to stay itself, to delay the inevitable just a little longer, and maybe you see yourself in that struggle, in the expansion, in the contraction, in the will to keep shining even when the core is changing. And so you stay, and so it glows, and so the chapter continues, not with collapse, but with transformation. There comes a moment, so quiet it cannot be heard, and so slow it cannot be seen, when balance, that sacred symmetry between gravity pulling inward and fusion pushing outward, begins to falter. And though the star has burned for billions of years in harmony, with its every breath made of fusion's warmth and gravity's steady hold, now something inside begins to slip, not violently, not suddenly, but subtly, like a note in a song held too long just a little off-key, just a little strained. And it begins in the core, where fusion, once generous and efficient, now demands more, because the elements being created, carbon, oxygen, neon, silicon, are heavier, more resistant, and require greater pressure and heat to merge. And the star obliges for a time, compressing more deeply, heating more fiercely, fusing what it can, but even that is not enough, because eventually the reactions reach iron, and iron is different. But it takes more than it gives, and that, in the language of stars, is where the story begins to end, because now the core is full of something that cannot carry the fire forward, and the pressure continues to climb, the heat grows unbearable, the shell of the star still burns, still glows, still throws light into the cosmos as if nothing has changed. But inside the weight becomes too much, and gravity, that patient sculptor, that invisible hand, now begins to win, pulling inward with nothing to stop it, with no fusion left to resist, and the balance, that delicate dance held for so long, shatters, and when it breaks it does so faster than thought, faster than light, the core collapsing inwards in a fraction of a second, falling under its own weight so completely that atoms themselves are crushed, protons and electrons forced into neutrons, matter folding into something denser than imagination allows, and the collapse creates a shock wave, an outward cry born from inward silence, and that cry races through the layers of the star, igniting everything it touches, and what follows is not destruction, but a transformation so complete it changes the fabric of space around it. A supernova, the death cry of a star, the brightest thing in the universe, a single flash that can outshine entire galaxies, and yet even here there is no anger, no violence, only inevitability, only the physics of what must happen when the fire runs out and the gravity grows bold, and you, watching from afar, would see it not as an explosion, but as a blooming, a light flowering outwards in layers, rich with every element the star has forged, rich with gold, with silver, with iron and oxygen and carbon, flung into the cosmos like seeds scattered into the void, not as ashes but as gifts, as beginnings waiting to be gathered. And though the star is dying, it does not vanish in vain, because in breaking it becomes the source of everything that follows, and even now, drifting near the edge of its once stable light, you would feel the silence that came before, the long years of balance, the deep breath of stability that preceded the fall, and that silence makes this moment more powerful, not because it is loud, but because it is final, because the rules that once held the star in place no longer apply, because even light cannot outrun the truth of the core collapsing, the truth of ion's hunger, and as the outer layers expand and glow and ripple into the dark, the center continues its collapse, forming something new, something impossibly dense, perhaps a neutron star, perhaps a black hole, and this remnant, whatever it becomes, or carry the memory of the balance that once was, the equilibrium that held for so long before giving way. And it is easy to think of this as loss, but perhaps it is simply change. Perhaps the star was never meant to burn forever. Perhaps its life was always meant to end in gift, in gravity, in glow. And you, lying now in stillness, listening to this tale unfold, might feel that same sensation. The slow change, the quiet shift, the pressure building until something inside you transformed. And in that recognition, you understand the star more deeply, not just as a light in the sky, but as a companion in cycles, a fellow traveller in aging, in change, in collapse that becomes creation. And this is how the star gives its final offering, not with fear, not with resistance. There is a moment, suspended between silence and fire, when the star, once so steady in its burning, reaches the edge of its strength, and though no sound escapes, the universe seems to hold its breath, because something ancient is about to release its final light, not with rage, not with noise, but with a beauty so vast it needs no words. And the star, no longer able to hold its own weight, collapses inward so quickly that the centre folds into a shadow of itself, a core turned to iron, a heart that cannot beat any longer. And in that collapse, a shock wave rises from within, racing outward through the layers of gas and plasma and time, until it ignites the outer shell in a moment so radiant it reshapes space around it. And the supernova begins, not as an explosion, but as an unfolding of fire and light and all the elements the star has ever made, now flung across the galaxy in a final act of giving. And if you were drifting nearby in the quiet dark, you would not hear a scream. You would see brilliance, a brightness so full it outshines entire galaxies, a sudden bloom of energy that tells the story of every atom it created, now released in waves of colour and heat. And this is the brightest goodbye, not anger but release, not violence but offering. A fair wing of fire, and what makes it more beautiful is the silence that came before, the billions of years of quiet burning, the patient fusion that built the bones of worlds, now exhaled in one luminous breath. And as the light spreads outward, touching stars and dust and silence itself, something at the core is lost. Something collapses beyond visibility. A part of the star that will never be seen again, perhaps becoming a neutron star, dense and spinning and strange, or perhaps something even deeper, a black hole where light itself cannot escape. And still the outer layers continue to shine, flung outward in ribbons of glowing debris, in clouds of stardust that will wander for millennia, cooling, spreading, seeding the galaxies with the ingredients for planets, oceans, breath, and thought. And this is how the star ends, not by vanishing, but by becoming more visible than ever before, by painting the cosmos with its final act, by radiating outward in a silent bloom so complete it will echo for eternity. And if you close your eyes now and imagine yourself as part of the light, riding with it into the void, you would feel no heat, only motion, no scream or no glow, and you would carry with you pieces of the star's memory, the fusion it once held, the warmth it gave, the gravity it defied. And you would understand that this is not destruction, this is transformation, a passage from one form to another, from star to stardust, from light to legacy. And in this moment, the universe does not mourn, it watches, it listens, it remembers. Because every galaxy is shaped by these goodbyes. Every breath you take is made of atoms forged in moments like this. And so the farewell is not final. It is circular. It's the beginning of something new disguised as an ending. And the light continues, long after the core is gone, long after the fire fades, long after silence returns, and it travels across space without aim, without need, just a wave of memory, a ripple in the fabric of everything. And perhaps, somewhere far away, that light will strike a world not yet formed or fall gently across the surface of a planet like your own, and someone will look up and wonder what they're seeing, unaware that the glow in their sky is a good being long before they existed. And in that wondering, the story of the star lives on, not in fire, but in the question, not in heat, but in the gaze. And this is how the brightest goodbye begin to beginning, by shining into places the star never knew, by touching lives it never saw, by remaining even after the source is gone. And as the nebula forms, as the dust cools and collects and begins to spiral again, the cycle continues. and the light that was once a star becomes the light that shapes the next, and so it does not vanish, it transforms. And that transformation is not tragic, it is beautiful, because it means that nothing truly ends, that even stars, when they can no longer burn, can still shine and can still leave behind a glow so lasting it becomes the colour in another sky, the pulse in another galaxy, the breath in another chest. And if you're listening now, if you're letting your mind drift with the light, know this. The star didn't die in silence. It spoke with brightness, and you are hearing that story still, not with ears, but with wonder, when the light fades, and the star's last breath has flared across the galaxy. What remains is not absence, but presence, scattered, a memory turned physical, drifting slowly outward across light years, and this is the cloud it leaves behind, not smoke, not ruin, but ash that shines, matter that once fused in fire now set free into space like pollen on a cosmic wind. And this debris does not fall selling, each atoll and a relic, each glowing dust grain a possibility, and these remnants do not disappear, they spread. They move gently outward in waves, glowing softly with leftover heat, reflecting starlight from others, mixing with ancient molecules born long before this star even began, and together they become something new, a nebula, a floating veil of colour and density and stillness, stretching across the dark like a breath exhaled too wide to gather again. And you, drifting quietly near its edge, you would not feel heat now, only stillness, only the whisper of motion, the faint shimmer of iron and oxygen and carbon as they expand through space. And you would know, without needing to see it, that these ashes are rich, not in gold or jewels, but in what they offer to the universe, seeds not for plants but for planets, for moons, for oceans, for breath, because the atoms that once pulsed in a star's furnace now float free, waiting for gravity to cool them again, waiting for another collapse, another cycle, another chance to shine. And this is the strange mercy of stellar death, that it gives more in its ending than it ever could in its living, that in breaking apart it creates the materials that will one day become everything. And so the cloud does not mourn. It glows, it expands, it becomes, and over time it will grow colder, quieter, more dispersed, but parts of it will be caught, gathered, pulled inward by the gravity of nearby clouds, and those fragments will become part of new stars, new systems, new worlds, and perhaps even new minds. And though none of it remembers the fire it came from, it still carries the signature of that star, the fingerprint of fusion written into every atom. And you reading this now, listening to these words as your breath slows and your thoughts begin to drift, carry that same fingerprint, because the calcium in your bones, the iron in your blood, the oxygen in your lungs were born in such a cloud, released by such a star, spread by such an end. And in that knowing there is peace, there is connection, because you are not separate from the story. You are made of it, shaped by it, continuing it in every heartbeat, and the cloud that remains does not fade from the universe. It only transforms, only lingers in a new form, painting the sky with threads of possibility, of memory, of radiant silence. And astronomers will one day give this cloud a name, trace its spectrum, photograph its shapes, and marvel at the colours it reflects. Purples and pinks and faint greens glowing against black, the soft marks of an explosion that never truly destroyed, only scattered, only shared. And in this scattering is a lesson, that sometimes the most beautiful things come after the fire, not during it, and that in breaking a star fulfills its deepest promise to give not just light, but substance, to leave not just warmth, building blocks. And as you drift now with this cloud in your imagination, letting it fold gently around you, you may feel the calm of it, the quiet generosity of a star that has let go, and in that release found purpose. And all across the universe, other clouds like this one do the same. Remnants of stars long gone, silent and glowing and full of futures not yet formed. And they wait, they float, they swirl slowly, and sometimes when the gravity is just right, when enough material gathers again, a piece of the cloud will collapse inward, and a new star will be born, its light carried by atoms that once glowed elsewhere, and the cycle begins again. Not as a repetition, but as a continuation, as the next note in a long song. And so, Even though the star is gone, it does not end. It continues, it shares itself across time and space in the form of dust, in the form of nebulae, in the form of you, and this is the cloud it leaves behind, not empty, not lost, but full of what comes next. Not all endings vanish into silence. Some compress into whispers so dense they bend the idea of presence itself. And this is what becomes of a certain kind of star, one just massive enough, one just heavy enough, one that collapses not into absence, but into something impossibly dense, something still there but changed beyond recognition. And after the brilliant goodbye, after the fire has bloomed across the sky and the outer layers have floated away to become the next world's dust, what remains at the centre does not fade. It condenses, it folds inward into a single quiet remnant, a neutron star, no longer a sun, no longer a source of light, but still a being, still a memory, still burning in silence in its own strange way. And it is not large, not in size, only in weight, because everything that made the star what it was has now been compressed into a sphere perhaps no wider than a city, yet so heavy, so tightly packed that a teaspoon of its matter would outweigh a mountain. And this is density the way space rarely allows, matter crushed to the edge of meaning, protons and electrons pressed together into neutrals, and these neutron pressed even tighter into a state that seems more idea than object, and yet it exists, spinning, always spinning, like a cosmic pulse, a heartbeat left behind, and you, floating nearby in the darkness, would not see its surface glow, but you might detect its rhythm. Regular, distant, patient, the flicker of a lighthouse sweeping space not with light but with gravity, with magnetism, with particles invisible to the eye. And this is the whisper of the neutron star, this soft insistence that something still remains, something still turns. And though it makes no sound, it tells its story in pulses, in timing so precise it rivals clocks. And this spin beacon, a pulsar, reminds us that death is not always disappearance, that some things collapse not into nothing but into something deeper, something stranger, and you would feel its gravity even from afar, a tug not violent but undeniable, a weight so intense it bends the path of nearby things, and still it spins, not wildly but fast, unimaginably fast, rotating dozens or even hundreds of times per second, a star's final motion locked into a steady dance with time, and the force of its collapse is preserved in this spin, in this density, and yet it does not explode. It does not unravel. It holds itself in perfect quiet, and this quiet is not empty. It is full of memory, full of pressure, full of what it means to endure, and in its magnetic field particles wraith and dance and escape in narrow beams, so that from a great distance the neutron star appears to blink, like a distant eye always opening, always closing. And some who observe it might wonder where the light went, where the warmth went, but those who listen more carefully know that it's still here, just changed, just compressed into something that cannot be touched, only felt, only studied through its rhythm. And if you could sit beside it, you would see no sun, only the shadow of one, only the echo made solid, and still it spins, and still it speaks, and this is not a ghost, not a memory, but a monument, a mark left behind by a star that tried everything, gave everything, and now rests in this dense, compact form. And perhaps this is the lesson of the neutron star, that rest does not always mean fading away, that silence can be shaped, that the universe has places where all the noise is condensed into a single, still presence. And in that presence there is awe, because you now know that not everything beautiful must shine, not every miracle must shine. Some are hidden, some are heavy, some simply persist, and if your thoughts drift with this star, if your breath falls into its slow, steady rhythm, you may feel something ancient settling in you, a peace made of gravity, a quiet made of memory, a whisper that reminds you that even when a star can no longer give light, it can still exist, still pulse, still carry the weight of what it was. And you, listening now, breathing in the dark, may understand that presence can take many forms, and that to witness such stillness is to be changed by it, even if you cannot see it, even if you only feel its pull. Sometimes the star is simply too massive, too heavy, too powerful for even its final breath to hold back what follows. And when that happens, when the weight of the collapsing core becomes more than neutron pressure can resist, something stranger begins. Something stranger begins. Something so extreme that the laws of space and time no longer know how to respond gently. And what forms is not a thing but a threshold, not a silence but a silence, by which Maione brings the wonderful world of our accurate TV, our silence but a silent. And we call this silence a black hole, though that name carries none of its weight, none of its stillness, none of its truth, because a black hole is not a hole in space. It is a place where space itself is no longer what it was, where the fabric of the universe folds inward, pulled by a gravity so intense that even light, which never rests, never slows, cannot escape its pull. And this is the final fate of certain stars, the heaviest ones, those who burn too long and too hot, and collapse too deeply, not into a neutron star, but into something more final, more mysterious, and you, drifting near its boundary, would see nothing dramatic at first, just a dark sphere in space, not shining, not moving, just resting there with infinite weight and invisible hunger. But as you draw closer, everything begins to stretch, to bend, to slow, because near a black hole, time itself changes, stretches out like a thread pulled too tight, and light curves around it like water circling a drain, not because the black hole is mean or cruel, but because to a horizon, a soft edge that marks the last point from which anything can return, the event horizon. And once something crosses that line, it is no longer part of our world, no longer visible, no longer retrievable. And yet the black hole does not suck, it does not pull like a monster, it simply is, and objects fall toward it because they must, because gravity asks no permission, and the deeper you fall, the more stretched you become, not in body but in experience, until from the outside it looks like you never quite crossed that line, only slow forever at the edge, frozen in place. And this is part of the mystery, that from within the black hole things might still happen, but no information can ever reach us. And so we watch the edge, we measure the silence, we calculate the absence, and in doing so we learn more about space than we ever imagined. Because a black hole is not just an end, it is a teacher, a mirror, a whisper about the deepest truths of gravity and time. And it reminds us that even stars can disappear in ways that are not complete loss, but transformation into something that escapes understanding, and still, around the black hole, things happen. Light bends, gas spirals inward in beautiful arcs, heating and glowing before it vanishes, and sometimes entire stars wander too close and are shredded into long streams of matter that vanish into the dark. And from a distance we watch this with awe, knowing we are safe, yet unable to look away. And perhaps it is not the black hole itself that draws us, but the idea, the fact that there are places in the universe where the story stops, where no signal can return, where the rules fall silent, and in that silence is a kind of sacredness, a boundary we are not meant to cross, and that makes us humble, because if light cannot escape, then neither can our assumptions. And yet black holes do not just sit there. They grow, they merge, they even sing, rippling space with gravitational waves when two of them collide. And those waves can be felt, can be recorded, not with microphones, but with instruments that measure the very stretch and compression of space itself. And so even black holes are not entirely silent. They speak in waves, in patterns, and distortions that echo across the universe, and you, hearing this quiet moment, listening with your eyes closed, might imagine what it feels like to drift near one, not in fear but in awe, to feel space tilt beneath you, to feel time stretch around you, to see stars dance in spirals you cannot follow, and in that imagining you find a truth, that black holes are not monsters, they are mysteries, born from the brightest lives, created by collapse, shaped by fire, and left behind as the most enigmatic gravestones in the cosmos. And yet they are not marks of death, but of continuation, because everything that falls in is not erased, only hidden, and what becomes of it is a question we carry, a question that drives scientists and poets alike. And maybe one day, if we understand enough, we will find the edges of that answer. But until then we float near the horizon and wonder. And in that wonder we stay curious, we stay awake, we stay small in the face of something vast, and that too is a kind of light. Not everything is pulled into silence, not every part of the star vanishes when it dies, because long before the final collapse, long before the fire flickered and the core surrendered to gravity's whisper, The star was already releasing its light, sending wave after wave of photons outward into the dark. And those photons, those particles of light, do not stop, do not look back, do not wait for the star to finish its story. They simply go, moving at the fastest speed the universe allows, cutting across the blackness between galaxies without ever slowing. And this light, once born in the furnace of fusion, now becomes a messenger, a traveller that carries the memory of what the star once was. And even if that star is now a cloud or a neutron or a horizon where even time folds inward, its light remains going forward without fatigue. And you, standing beneath a sky filled with ancient stars, are always seeing the past, always bathing in light that began its journey long before you breathed. And this is the quiet miracle of a universe lit by memory, a cosmos where even what has vanished can still be seen, because its photons are still on their way, still crossing voids so vast they stretch imagination, and some of that light bounces off dust, scattering into halos around stars and galaxies, while other rays pass through planets, through water, through atmosphere, and some reach your skin, warm and invisible, like a silent greeting from a sun you'll never meet. And that light, even though it is only energy, touches everything, bending as it passes near gravity, reddening as it stretches across time, shimmering as it stretches the curve of a lens or the mirror of a telescope. And what you see when you look up is not just stars, but stories in motion, radiant particles still honouring the fire that made them. And so the light keeps going, through silence, through change, through endings, because it was never made to stop, and though it has no mind, no memory, it carries with it the temperature of the star, the fusion it escaped, the colour of the fire it once pulsed through, and in that information is beauty. Not just for scientists, but for dreamers, because this light gives shape to the darkness. It fills the shadows with meaning, and even when the star is gone, even when nothing is left but questions, the light answers without words, simply by arriving. And there is something deeply human in that. The idea that even if we cannot last, something we release, something we make, might go on, might reach someone else far away, might warm a world we'll never touch. And this is what the photon does. It carries forward, unburdened by the end that made it. And even though the star has collapsed or scattered or fallen behind the veil of a black hole, its light continues outward, travelling not in a line but in a sphere, continue everything it can, and some of it will be absorbed, yes, by planets or dust or ice, but much of it will continue, echoing outward like a soft ripple that never dies. And perhaps one day, long after the star is forgotten, its light will touch the eyes of a mind just waking up on a world just born, and in that moment, the star will be known again, if only for an instant, if only as a point in the sky, and you, lying here beneath your ceiling of thought, might wonder how many photons are passing through you right now, how many stars are brushing you with their ancient light. And the answer is more than you could count, more than your breath, because space is not empty, it is filled with light that has no destination, only motion, and in that motion is memory, not like your memory, but truer in some way, because it does not fade, it does not twist, does not forget. And this is why astronomers point their telescopes not at now, but at then, because all light is late, all light is old, all light carries the imprint of what was, and so the night sky is not a canvas of now, but a map of before, and every star you see may already be gone, but the light still tells its story, still burns in your eyes, still paints your dreams. And this is how stars continue, not in matter, but in motion, not in presence, but in pastings, and even the photons that escaped before the collapse of the core still travel outward, untouched by the fate of the star, indifferent to its death. And that is the quiet kindness of light. It does not mourn, it does not cling, it just goes, and in going it gives, and you receiving it are a part of the journey. You are a witness. You are touched by fire you never saw, and you carry that warmth with you, whether you notice it or not, whether you believe it or not, and the light keeps going, softly, endlessly. The story does not end with collapse or endlessly. The story does not end with collapse or even with light, because what the star leaves behind is more than memory, more than radiation, more than silence. It leaves behind substance, atoms it created in the deep forge of fusion, and those atoms do not vanish. They do not rest. They drift, slowly, softly, into the wide waiting arms of space, joining clouds of dust and gas, mixing with the relics of other stars, floating as seeds waiting for gravity to gather them again. And so, even in its ending, the star continues, not as light this time, but as matter, as building block, as participant in something new, and somewhere, far away and far later, a cloud begins to collapse, drawn in by the faint hand of gravity's patient, and that cloud contains a little of this star, a few atoms forged in fire long ago, and when the cloud becomes dense enough, when pressure and heat rise again, a new star is born, and orbiting that star, dust begins to clump, tiny particles of rock and ice and iron, pulled into shape by motion and time, and from that spinning disk, planets begin to take form, round and quiet, bathed in the new light, and perhaps on one of those planets, oceans gather, and air thickens and life begins, first as something silent, then as something aware, and in that awareness is breath, and in that breath are atoms once forged in a star that died, long ago, far away. And this is how the universe recycles not just matter, but meaning, how nothing is truly lost, only reformed, only reshaped, and you, listening now, your chest rising and falling gently in the dark, carry in your body pieces of stars that ended their story billions of years before you began yours, and those atoms, those fragments of fusion, now serve your thoughts, your bones, your blood, your breath, and they do not remember the fire that made them, but they are still shaped by it, still honoured by the role they now play, and that is the quiet miracle. That the universe does not erase, it transforms, that even in collapse there is continuity, even in death there is participation, and a single star, once alone in space, now lives on in things as small as cells and as vast as oceans. And this is not metaphor, this is truth, this is science, this is the physics of becoming, and there is something gentle in that, something comforting, to know that what once burned as light can now be felt as warmth inside a hand, inside a heart, inside a mind. And it goes further still, because every tree that grows, every stone that settles, every moon that reflects does so with the ingredients of ancient stars, and so the universe is not a place of things beginning and ending, it is a place of things folding into other things, reshaping, reliving, returning in new form. And perhaps the star that died did not imagine it would become part of a body, part of a song, part of a story, but it has, and you, now resting beside this thought, are a chapter in that story, and it continues through you, through the way you live, the way you wonder, the way you love, and maybe this is the gift, that nothing is ever truly gone, only quiet, only hidden, only waiting to become something else, and the star, though no longer shining, has not disappeared, it has been reborn, again and again, in moments large and small, in elements both heavy and light, and though it cannot witness this, though it cannot feel this, the legacy remains, and that is more than enough, because the purpose of the star was never to remain whole, it was to give, to light, to fuse, to collapse, and, in that coax, to scatter the very pieces needed for life, and this scattering is not a loss, it is an offering, a beginning disguised as an end. And so, every time a flower opens, or a hand touches water, or a child learns to speak, the universe honours that star, not with ceremony, but with participation, with continuation, with quiet use of what was once fire. And this is how we remember stars, not just in telescopes or cookbooks, but in every breath, in every thought, in every heartbeat. And as you drift now, soft and still and listening, know that you are not apart from the cosmos. You are of it, born from it, carrying in you the light and dust of a star that once shone, just to become you, now that the fire has faded, now that the light has travelled far beyond the place it began, and the dust has drifted into new clouds. What remains is not emptiness, not absence, but quiet. A soft, undisturbed stillness that holds the shape of everything that came before, and it is not the silence of nothing, it is the silence of our laughter. The space where once there was motion, and now there is rest, and though the star no longer burns, no longer pulses, no longer warms the sky it once ruled, its presence still lingers in the quiet around it, in the faint ripples it left behind, in the orbits it once governed, in the gravity that still reaches gently outward. And this quiet is not lonely. It is peaceful. It is the kind of silence that follows a song, the kind that allows you to hold the memory without interruption. And this is what the universe offers when the story of a star ends, not a void, but a pause, not erasure, but space to reflect, to remember and hear. In the deep dark, where once a star breathed fire, there is calm, there is softness, there is nothing rushing in to fill the gap, only time, stretching slow and steady, and even the background hum of space seems to dim here, to whisper more gently, as if acknowledging that something sacred has passed. And though galaxies continue spinning, another star still blaze, this patch of sky carries the echo of what once was, and that echo is not noise, it is presence without form, it is warmth without touch, it is legacy without name. And you, floating through this space in thought, might feel it too, not like heat, not like light, but like breath held in awe. And in this stillness you understand something that no explosion could teach, that endings can be soft. After the burning, after the collapse, after the scattering, there is no rush, only rest, and that rest is part of the cycle too, part of the gift, because just as the star gave light and matter and motion, it now gives quiet, a space where nothing demands, where nothing moves too fast, where gravity holds what little remains in a gentle cradle, and this cradle is not empty, it is waiting, and one day, perhaps, it will be stirred again, perhaps dust will gather, perhaps another story will begin, but not yet. Not now, because the star has earned this stillness, this gentle closing of its chapter, and the universe honours that not with fanfare, but with patience, and you, lying quietly now, your thoughts settling like stardust on soft ground, are part of that honouring, because in listening, in imagining, in remembering, you continue what the star began, not with fire, but with feeling. And maybe the star's greatest gift is not what it made, but what it allowed you to feel, this calm, this wonder, this deep sense of being part of something vast and kind and quiet. And so as you breathe in now, and breathe out again, you are surrounded not by silence, but by the gentle echo of the star's presence, and it says nothing now, because it has said everything it needed to say, and its slate, as you drift, you carry that forward, and the quiet the star left behind wraps around you like a soft blanket, not to hide you from the world, to remind you that you belong to it, that you were made from its remnants, that you walk through its light even now. And in that knowledge there is peace, and peace is never truly still, it breathes, like you, like stars, like space itself.